Hello everybody and welcome to currently partly sunny, partly cloudy Riga. And the very first thing I'm gonna actually show you, all of you guys, I have prepared myself today with a special t-shirt, so you don't need to ask. I know that Mr. Kaukonen is actually here as a spectator this weekend, so hopefully he also gets the message that we are flying those pink colors here. But yeah, it is once again Driftmasters weekend after the really fantastic weekend we had in Ahvenisto, and now we are here in Vikernieki racetrack in Riga. And yeah, what can I say? Let me show you a little bit of this magnificent racetrack we are at. Of course, as usual, we have multi-camera operation here. So we have an entry camera here. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it so that I could show the start line there, but we have entry. And the first part of the first clip, we have this camera showing the last part of the first clip and the second corner. Then we have this moving camera here that will cover the track for you guys until the last loop there, and then there is one additional camera. So that's the setup. Hopefully we are maybe a little bit more lucky with the cameras this time than what we were in Ahvenisto. At least so far so good. Looks good to me. Hey, it's 10 minutes before we start the show. It's gonna be yet again 3 practice groups, A, B and C. A group containing all the wild cards and the drivers who are in the lower part of the standings. Then we have the mid group, Group B. And today in that group we will have Lauri Heinonen with his rebuilt NASCAR engine, and I think we all hope that he will perform and the car will last this race and give him a possibility, an opportunity to fight for the win. And then we have Group A, which is the last group and containing all the best in standings at the moment. What else? This will be a rather long session. This is scheduled to go until 20 past 6, I believe. So we are, let me double check on that. So this starts in 10 minutes, and just to be sure that I don't speak out of, so 20 past 6. So over 4 hours of drifting in the 3 groups. It's going to be a long session, longest of this year, I think. But anyway, here we are, and I am with this channel in my quest to gain 10,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed the channel yet, please do so. Also give thumbs up to the stream from the get-go, so we get as many people on board as possible. The more the merrier, as they say. And yeah, that's all positive for me, and it's the best support you can give to me. Also for the support, subscribing to the channel is one. Then you can also, make the donations here during the streams. I kinda don't feel too good about encouraging people to do that, but I would rather say that go and join as a supporter member. That's probably like a more natural way of me promoting this, because then you can join to the WhatsApp channel, and you get a little bit more exclusive content by doing so. Also go to see my Instagram profile, RollinRudy_media, if you haven't done so. That is because I try to post stuff there more and more, and also I use that as an information sharing channel for like how the schedules are for these live streams and whatnot. So go there and follow me in Instagram as well. But yeah, we already hear some cars running their engines in the paddock. It seems that we have a couple of spectators here already in the grandstands, not that many, but nevertheless, I don't know if it's the weather forecast. We have a little bit of a, as you can see in the sky right now, it is gray. Of course, we hope that it would not rain, but it seems as of today that there is a possibility for rain existing, and it means that I have prepared for the worst, hoping of course that it's not going to rain, but for this session, if it rains, it hasn't been forecasted to be a lot of rain, so this is like the worst possible scenario in my opinion in drifting, that you get like a patchy track from a little bit of a rain, which then maybe stops or not, but I don't know. It also seems to depend on the weather forecast service, that what does it show, how does it look in there. So I would say that we only see when we will see. But you saw the clouds, those are some of them quite dark, so if we get some rain, then so be it. So, do we have comments so far? Hey, Mark Leiden, thanks for 10 euros. Really appreciate that. A lot of speculation and comments about Heinonen's new engine, tuned by Finger Motors now. My engineer side of me really was fascinated about that project, and seems that now it's gonna be hopefully last for the weekend and we can enjoy that beautiful sound of that beautiful engine. So Heinonen will be driving his own car with his own engine, so on and so forth. A lot of comments here, and that is really nice that we have these comments, because that is also one thing that kind of raises the visibility of this stream to other customers as well. So any reaction you can react, please do so. And I think there's also this hype thing in YouTube. I'm not like that familiar with that, but I don't know, and I don't know if it works with streams, but maybe try that as well. How much training today? It's gonna be this session and this session only, and it will last until 6:20 local time. So we start in 5 minutes, and then it's gonna be also a little bit of a race with the battery life and everything in my setup. I have now boosted everything up with bigger batteries and better batteries for this one, so hopefully that'll carry me to the very end of this, and if not, I'm 100% sure that something will be visible. Hopefully it will be this dynamic camera here, if nothing else. But as I told you, we have these camera angles. I think the horizon in this one is a little bit crooked, but let that be. Then we have this dynamic camera and the last corner camera, and hopefully it'll stay like at least with this quality. I think this might be the most problematic one, because this is the farthest one from the position where I'm sitting now, and there's some metal structures and concrete structures in between, but as they say, it is what it is, and hopefully we can see something that is better than nothing through that camera. Here in the track, it's 3 minutes to go to this session, and we have Juha Rintanen taking a tour on the track with his spotter Tuomas Jäntti on the scooters, and Guys, they need to now go because it is. Did you see those tricks? Because it is only 3 minutes to go. Here it's not that much of a visibility to the paddock from here, but the paddock is over there behind these grandstands. It's mostly the Irish drivers plus some other teams, and also at that direction the Latvians, and there at the very end we have Finnish drivers, and I think Diogo Correa was being put there with the Finnish guys. And of course all the nationalities, everyone has their own place in the paddock. I think Riga has a really nice paddock all in all. At least I really enjoy walking there and wandering around. Then I need to check like what would be the good zoom level for these cameras to start with, but I think we most likely will get into that whenever we have some cars coming. So 2 minutes to go, and any quick comments at this point? That's a question about M52 TUB 25. If it's about how many cameras I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have my face camera, but probably doesn't count as a camera in this way. So this should start in 1 minute, and yeah, hey, keep up the chat going. I don't have a possibility to get every possible comment, but at least if there is any break, if there is a tow truck needed or something, I will be delighted to check on the comments. And of course, this is you guys over there are the reason why I do this. It's fun to do, and you guys are always awesome in the comments, and keep those coming. Now we are waiting any second now. Unfortunately, this one is not showing the start line, so I cannot give you information about who's driving now, but let's take, I think you mostly recognize these drivers, but I try to make some comments then after the run or whenever it's a suitable time. Also, if you have any technical feedback, like if something cannot hear me, you cannot see me. Of course, if I lose a camera from here or there, then it kind of is obvious for me too, but anything is welcome. Here we go. Clint van Orten, Yves Meyer. Good to see Yves Meyer back again, back in business in Drift Masters. Always happy to see him. What a nice gentleman, and always so friendly and nice to talk to. And now I just realized that I probably need to drive the camera standing up today, because I pretty much almost need to use all the 180 degrees of the camera angle here. For some reason we have some track maintenance going on after the first run. Maybe there was a little bit of a cut to the outside, to the marbles there. Yes, as is, it seems so. But hey, the game is on. The game is on. think that's 4-stroke, 1 cylinder in that leaf blower. 2.5 horsepower. I guess after that guy has left the track, we are ready to go again. And I think I need to work on my sync with these 2 angles here, because I think I was a little bit early with my trigger finger in the last one. These guys were Martin Zimmermanis and Alvis Letskalnins, both from Latvia. Obviously, as we are in Latvia, it's gonna be mostly Latvian and Baltic wild cards here. We have Siim Oskar Hääl from Estonia. We have Mr. Vasiliuskas from Lithuania, and of course we have Matthias Lindell from Finland as well. So it's an interesting pack of wildcards here for sure. And yes, here we go. Here we go. And after, is it now 2 or 3 runs, everything seems to be technically in order with my broadcast. Supposedly Daniel Baumanis. Juha Pöytälaakso. He's among one of these unlucky soldiers of this season with the engines. I think he has already lost a couple of those 2 JCs, and it is something that of course we don't want to happen to anybody, and because it doesn't produce any good racing or any good driving. So hopefully these guys are done with all of these challenges they have, including Lauri Heinonen, Juha Rintanen, Juha Pöytälaakso, and there has been many others in the paddock who has been suffering from the engine failures. But let's see, waiting for the next one. Here we go. Roman Kondrachenko and Matthias Lindell. Kondrachenko driving that awesome looking AMG GT with the very special steering setup, Formula 1 style steering wheel with 180 degrees lock to lock, arranging the steering wheel, and that is one beautiful piece of machinery. We are waiting. Always a little bit tricky here when you only see the drivers and cars when they're coming. Should I start something to talk about or not? need to maybe take a little bit back. If that was there was Simos Karhal doing the chase, and the lead could have been Karim Hani, because Karim Hani has his new G42 BMW here, and it looks quite much the same as Alvis Letskalin's car. So maybe you can correct if you know better. This is Karim Hani. This is Karim Hani. Then we had Andrius Vasiliauskas. If I'm completely honest right now, they shouldn't leave that big gap because after that last corner there might be some oncoming traffic. Maybe they have calculated it, but if something happens, it might be because there's a lot of smoke in that last corner, and it might cause some nasty situations. Ela Koko next. Of course, I almost forgot to. Oh, there's the ad for subscribing me. Yay! I forgot to put on my watermark on the upper corner. Hopefully, it doesn't disturb you too much. And we have next car coming, and that would be Enver Haskasap. And they stopped the run, or Enver stopped his run. And Matthias Lindell in the chase on this one. So one general comment about this year's practice sessions, and actually the race sessions as well. I think we haven't seen that many crashes this year, which is, I think, a signal of everything, skills and all the level improving. I always like to talk about the technical things about how I am doing this. One challenge with this track is that this track is kind of spread into, it's not a straight line, but like the distance from the start to the finish is like quite long. So compared to Ahvenisto, it was like a confined lap, and all the other races as well, you see cars kind of from the one spot, you can see them go like one direction and then to another direction. this track is rather challenging for the camera positions. I mean, I have now 4 cameras, and still I would really like to have that one more camera to show the start line, but this is what we have. Sinfonord and Sinfonord and Andrius Vasiliauskas. Okay, maybe that camera is not happy right now. It's not. Let's see. So, guess we need to wait until the break when I can go possibly and check on this one, if it doesn't fix itself. So this will be the first angle that we have, unfortunately, from now on. What happened over there? George was just way too much inside and could just continue drifting with that line. Also, by the way, we have the... we don't have that now, but here, first part of the track that is visible here, you can see the line there in the left. That's the no-go zone there, and there's another one at the last corner. Harry Kerr. This silver BMW. Him driving with Enver Haskasab. That is 13. Boggers. It seems to me that the camera that is failing. Okay, it's doing something, it's switching to some channels. Let's see if that recovers by itself. Some of these transmitters, well, these transmitters that I have, they have some functionality of switching some channels, and now it shows that it's switching to something called DFS2. Hopefully that will fix the issue. It says it's connected, but it doesn't seem to be connected to anything yet. We'll see. Juha Pöytälaakso. Daily Driver Media, ladies and gentlemen. Luckily it's not super hot here compared to last year. Here in Riga it was quite scorching temperatures. Not very ideal. Oh, I guess we have some hope for the first corner camera. It kinda just recovered itself. Can you imagine? Not like fully functional, but and as it mentioned so many times before, this track is super challenging, but it's also super rewarding when you get it right. I've talked to, over these 1.5 years, to many local drivers even, and they say that they have done like, you know, hundreds of laps here, and it's just not. They have like handful of laps that have been ideal. And here the issue is that if you don't get the first 2-3 clips right, it makes your life very difficult later in the track. So it's not the first track where I'm saying that or somebody is saying that, but I think here it is probably more than anywhere else a factor. So this link is struggling quite a lot, but it's the farthest one, and let's see how that performs when we go further. This is Enver Haskas upcoming now. And there was something happened that took him to the paddock right away. He went right to the no-go zone, or at least very close to that there. This is a little bit annoyingly shaky. I think that looked like a very nice run, all in all. can kind of see when there is the commitment towards the last sector and last corners. If you don't get this synchronization right there, I think he actually clipped that cone over there, but anyway, you don't have the speed and commitment towards the end of the track, it kind of starts to look so hesitant that you clearly see that this is not like ideal lap. Yeah, we can almost see. When we have a break, I will probably move my sitting position a couple of meters to the right towards the first camera. I think that would probably maybe help a little bit. During the break, let's see. Track is here. Everything should be ready for the next one. And there it is. Harry Kerr and Alvin's Let's Collins. Let's Collins has an LS engine, LS3 under the hood of that BMW G42. I think it sounds nice. Martin Schimmermanis. You can also see in this picture, even though it's not a very good picture, that the line, white line for the first clip is starting to fade away. Even though the image is not that ideal, you can still see that. And Cristoforo Seam Oscar Hall, and we have seen some cone clipping action here at the third clip once again. And I think the DJ also woke up. I don't know if it's audible to the stream, but hopefully it doesn't disturb. Konstantin Shurenko into that Trinity GT86. Matthias Lindell in the next one. And that was not much drifting in the later part of the track for him. And thank you Jussi Tuomisalo for the cup of coffee. And a lot of questions and comments here. I like that, but we'll take a look on those on the brakes. And Daniels Baumann is next. Might be maybe better to switch to this camera angle a little bit earlier and have it a little bit wider, so you can maybe then have a better view on this clip here. It's my hunch. Let's try that. The next one as well. huge angle from Clint North there, and Elakoko has nowhere else to go than to take the inside corner, and this is, there's not much room left if there is no room left. We have a drone guy here, well, the drone, not the drone guy, visible here as well. They're making practice runs as well. Well, now that is Karim Hani's old car that only has the body kit, so he did make a swap. Maybe it is just to find out about the differences of these two cars or something else, but interesting. You are completely allowed to do that. You just need to decide your car to the qualifying, and then that's your car for the rest of the weekend. Haskas up. Simos Karhat. I don't remember if it was the case in Italy or Spain. I think it was in Spain when Roman Kondrachenko was having his first go in the wild card. But that car sounds like so high pitched at the moment. Hopefully we don't have anybody coming because it's still Marshall taking some debris out of the track. We have some scooter traffic there as well. Here it's just that you hear the engine noises from so many places because there behind that piece of forest you can hear some cars running and driving and revving and what happened there? So far it was so good. Then there was there a touch? Yes, that was pretty clear. Not sure what the reason was, but I think we can have a time to take another look at that one. Is it just that there's too much speed with Vasiliauskas or what? Not sure. Harry Kerr limping back to the paddock after that impact. Hopefully nothing major is broken in the car. Waiting for the next run. The weather seems to be stable. There is not like very windy or nothing like that, so I don't think it's gonna change very rapidly. If it does change, let's see. The wind situation you can pretty much see from the smoke situation, so it's not like that super windy that the smoke would clear like super quickly, but it clears, which is always good for this streaming and visibility all in all. And also this rather cloudy weather is better for streaming because sunshine directly towards that smoke is So what I was gonna say, the direct sunshine to that smoke will just overexpose everything and you can only then see white. So it's the technical challenge with the smoke as well, not just only the smoke. seems that Karim Hani has moved on to the old car. This is the second time around at least in that car. He is now getting back to the line up. I believe, yes, he's continuing for another lap. These tires. Depending on the direction of the smoke, where it's going, it seems to kind of rotate here a little bit, the wind. The last corner camera could be in another position too. But then if the wind is to the other way, then it might be better in other position. Juha Pöytälaakso next. Happen there. And it's sliding there just right, but then just stopped drifting. Hopefully nothing major. At least he continued driving. And he's actually heading back to the lineup and start line, so should maybe just be some other mistake that he made and decided to not go further and maybe save a little bit of a tire for the next practice run. Seguimos Carhal. Happened there. He goes to almost to the no-go zone, and the synchronization there is quite off, and then he loses all of that speed that he would need into this one, and that is kind of slowly then plowing through the last corner. The line was in the last one pretty okay, but I think the judges are expecting more from the total of the run. Matthias Lindell next. Quite nice looking chase run from Juha Pöytälaakso to Simo Skarhäl. No, Martin Schimmermanes, my bad. So we have this practice session will go on yet another half an hour until 20 past 3. Then after that group A, there is 10-minute break, and then we have 3:30, yet another group of practice. And then of course we are probably most excited about how will Lauri Heinonen's practice day start. Will the Dodge be good for this weekend? We know that it's competitive in Lauri's hands no matter what, but it needs to last till the very end of the weekend. Karim really pushing that old car now. For tomorrow, with this camera angle, I will probably bring the camera a little bit further towards this direction so it would be closer. And maybe a little bit better range there. Was this? Yes. Pavel Korpulinski, all of a sudden. And what happened in his start of the run? The front bumper is like saying, I'm gone. Where does it go? Okay, there. But what was Pavel Korpulinski doing in this group? Well, we have seen this before. He probably needed to test the car a little bit, and I think the car completely ate the front bumper, to be honest. Good, good. We are now have 25 minutes left of this practice session. And it is Daniels Baumanis next in turn. At least we have enough practice time here. It seems that as there are time for these solo runs, so that there is no rush or Koko, aka George Christopherou, and Cyprus. These guys brought me some smoke, and the smoke actually got like, now the wind is carrying to my direction here, so, or almost. There's a lot of smoke now in the very last part of the track before the finish line, so the wind is kind of circulating here a little bit. Next one coming, and Verhaaskeshap. smoke also depends quite heavily on how the drivers will get the last sector, last corner, all of the line and everything, because sometimes they just need to step on the accelerator and try to fix the line on the clip 5, or is it clip 6, to keep it on the track, and then it means that there's a huge amount of smoke being generated, and but sometimes they just maybe need to slow down more than they anticipated, and then it is again less smoke than usual, so everything affects. Now the smoke is just filling the final corner, pretty much every part of it. Martin Schimmermanis. It's Pavel Korpulinski once again. Utilizing this practice group, even though as a series leader he should be in the group C. And the wind is blowing to different direction almost every second run, so bumper of Enver Haskasap's car, not happy. Probably that moving of that cone has something to do with that one. Here we are waiting for the next couple getting out of the start line. I think it's Mr. Baumanis and the name is coming. Name is coming from there. Andrius Vasiliauskas, of course. What was all of that about? They had it pretty much together here, having that clip. Going in pretty good line on that one as well. But then it was a little bit just Daniel's Baumanis just had it. Konstantin Shurenko putting in laps, finding also a little bit of the limits. Let's see what happened there. I think he was just too outside, yes, way too outside, and collects those two cones there. I can see many car parts not being happy about that. And we have the cleaning patrol then taking care of the job here. And I think we are back in no time whatsoever. I think we're done, and we can expect some more cars coming, as they are coming as we speak. And it's Juha Pöytälaakso. Pöytälaakso and Andrius Vasiliauskasen chase. And I must say that I'm super happy to see Juha Pöytälaakso's car running still. And we're waiting for the next one. We still have 10 minutes remaining of this group, and then we have the group B where we can also see Mr. Lauri Heinonen and his newest version of NASCAR engine. I'd say Mr. Honey, got him Honey, presented some good chase driving there in that one. I think that's always healthy. You also see the cone being kicked. Oh, did you see that one? That was he even gave him applause. How about that? Ah, didn't capture the actual flip. Roman Kondrachenko also pushing all of his Let's Kalins there pretty heavily in the last corner, but that's what we like to see already in practice. I all know that it's the brackets and the battles which will give you the positions and the points in the end, and I think it's always good to give some good practice for those as well. Seven minutes left of this session, and after this session I will try to move my filming location just a tad to maybe get a little bit of a better signal from that first camera. Riker finishing his run early. Let's see, was there anything specific happening in there? He misses the cone. I think maybe a little bit shallow there, and maybe just didn't have the timing right for the clip number 5, or is that clip number 6? And we have more coming. Eve Mayer, we had a little bit of a gap from him. GR Yaris, the only one in this lineup, driver's lineup, in this race and this series. think it's pretty nice flavor to the mix. And I admit that at some point I have said it out loud that these hatchbacks should not be drift cars, but I kind of take my words back. Haskas upp, Alvis, let's go in. Next challenge seems to be that how are my receiver batteries doing around here? Of course, I was a little bit stupid and had plenty of batteries that I could have used here, but then we will see, we will see. We will manage somehow. Yeah, it seems that one of the batteries that I'm using it for the receiver here, where I'm broadcasting, it seems to be lower on the battery than the other ones, even though all of them indicate it being fully charged. But I have some spare batteries, I have some tricks up my sleeve with playing with the power banks and the camera battery, so I think we can survive. This is also the problem that if you have like a battery indicator of 4 LEDs, how do you know if the 4 LEDs is fully charged or partly charged? Some interesting action on that one, and I was a little bit late, sorry about that. Start to think about something else, then it's so easy to miss these cars. So Shurenko having a little bit shallow line, not super shallow, but somehow then that upset Mr. Timmermanis's line, and there we were. Okay, it is now 20 past. We should not have any more runs. I will wait for 1 minute. If we get any, we'll film it. If not, I will then move my location here in the grandstands a little bit. And okay, there's one more run. That's why I said I was gonna wait it. Car was Yves Meyer, and he stopped drifting outside the picture here, to be told. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, let's assume that is no more cars coming. We'll see. I will now move my place a little bit, and you can follow on this camera angle that whether that helps at all or not. Not sure. Of course, the problem here is that I'm here in the grandstands, and there's all kind of steel beams and concrete structures and everything kind of obstructing the way of the signal. So I'll try it here. If it's any better, maybe I'll move at the next break a little bit. If this doesn't help at all, it doesn't look too good, to be honest. And then there's also darker clouds above us, and maybe I'll try a little bit more, a little bit further. If that would do it, and if not, then it won't simply do it. Can go and try behind, or try to avoid the steel beams, because those might be a little bit troublesome for it. It's not really helping at all. I've moved like 10 meters now, but here we are. Hopefully I'm not upsetting the other cameras I mean. I will now have a very, very short break myself. I'm not gonna be talking anything in a couple of minutes, so bear with me. I'm back. I think this camera is getting better when I go to that direction, so I will once more move a bit, so hopefully that would help yet another click. Let's give it a chance to settle down with the signal here. Also playing around a little bit with the Starlink here and moving this. Let me see if all the other cameras are fine. They seem just to do fine. So I will make one more move again and hopefully that's gonna be helpful. Well, I guess it is what it is. It is also a thing to consider that whether the setting on this transmitter is good or not, or what it should be, or if there's anything wrong with it in terms of the, well, what it should be. You can also try to lift it higher up. That would give a better signal. As you know, it can be really a small thing that helps with these kind of things. I think I've now moved like 25 meters towards the transmitter and the camera. We can still see some artifacts in the image, but I guess we just need to live with that. But hey, we are back. Let's try to get some comments. We should be back in action actually a minute ago. Yeah, the drone guy here is trying his stunts and everything. Also need to check on that music here. That is the HDMI 2 camera that is closest to the mic, and okay, here we go. is really, in here it's really difficult to actually hear the cars coming, because you are kind of, at least in this position you are like around the corner. But now I have moved myself towards this second corner here, as you can see, and my camera is not that well balanced, but let's see what we can see through this camera. It didn't get any better. It didn't get absolutely any better. So Jakub Kroll there. This was the second run of the session. Jarkko Jylhä taking the honors for the first run. This is just all as pixelated as it used to be. But it is what it is. And we have Lauri Heinonen. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. R5 P7 NASCAR Dodge engine. It's live again. We just witnessed it to do a single lap. And hopefully the Lauri's direction next is towards the start line. Let's see. We have another driver coming, and that's Teemu Asun. And of course, that is gonna be replayed I'm with my other eye checking whether Lauri is going back to the lineup or not, and that doesn't seem to be the case. It's heading back to the paddock. Maybe it's just for the checks, hopefully nothing worse. And there was Teemu Asunma's shunt on that one. We have now Itai Sade. Yes, we do. Sure, the first camera is not that much cooperative at the moment, but I think this filming location is actually not, for sure, it's not worse than the previous one. I think it gives much more better visibility to clip number 4 here. Egan. It was a little bit of a scrappy run from him. What went wrong with that? He had the speed and commitment there, then the flick He was really shallow on that one and then stopped drifting, then started to reinitiate the whole thing and splashed a little bit of a gravel over there. That is what happened there. Do we have any track clean up going on there? No, it doesn't seem like that. So we're gonna head to the next one. We have seen a single run so far. All of them David Sposop and Marko Zakoril in a car that cannot be mistaken by the sound. The only 4-cylinder engine car in the lineup at the moment. Very, very angry sounding engine indeed. So for tomorrow I will relocate this camera a little bit to get a better signal. Action replay from Kevin Piscolti, being a little bit shallow on the first one there, flicking it through second, taking the third, but then being way too wide on number 4. And we are having a little bit of a very short break because of this. Some marbles coming from the gravel trap, and those are better be blown away from the track before the next one. So short break, but not certainly too long. I think the jump is pretty much done. Just need to get leaf blower guy away from the track, and to speed things up he has actually taken a electric scooter to assist him in the process. The front bumper once again doesn't want to stick with Pavel Korpulinski. He seems to be now in the Group B as well. Maybe he will do Group C as well. So that would be then all group of practices for him. There must be a good reason for that. The wind here is getting a little bit of a turn to colder as we see Jarkko Jylhä blasting past the first corner and the first clip. And not bad chase, and it was, by the way, no Jarkko Jylhä by any means, it's Alan Hines and Marko Sakorelli. Those white fronts of the car really made me misjudge, and of course if you look it through this pixelated view, no wonder that could get a little bit incorrect. Okay, good that we have the flag guys there. Now, hopefully, Jajon Bonnet is okay. The tire barriers are just, seems to be okay. He seems to be okay. It's gonna be a huge rebuild for Jajon. And let's see what happened there. Can he open his door? I can see through the window he's okay. He needs to go. Oh, true. Oh man, that is so disappointing. He's there, he's okay. So let's take another look on that one. So far so good, but so much outside on clip number 3, and then he has all the commitment in the world to get it through it full throttle. Let's take that again. That is a bummer. That is a bummer, of course. Those tire walls doing their job. In the end, it's not a heavy hit, you know, in terms of deceleration or anything, but of course the car is, those suspension mounting points and everything, there must be all kind of stuff to be done. Oh man, that's something you wouldn't like to see in the practice or happen to anybody. Hopefully there will be a lot of help from the paddock, from the other teams, and as always, we need to get all of the guys online for tomorrow, because that's what it's all about. And my autofocus is not really helping me here, but and we don't even see the other side because it kind of rotated along the tire wall. Let me see if I can pull out a replay with the slower, even slower speed of that. Hits the right side of the car and probably a little bit of the left side. It doesn't look to be that bad on the left side, but the right side is gone. Oh no. Oh no. And we have a concert of leaf blowers going on. As the weather is getting a little bit colder, of course I didn't take any jacket or hoodie or anything into the grandstand where I'm sitting at, and let's see how cold it gets. Like it's kind of one thing that it's forecasting when it's gonna be this kind of windy weather. Hopefully it's not gonna rain, but it is possible. I have time to take some comments now. Of course. As far as I know, Jashambane don't have a spare car. Of course, there is second cars in the paddock. At least Nasser has one completely different car. At least he had the full commitment to that corner, even though he was quite out on the lip number 3. Okay, comments flowing in. Yes, Karim Hani has 2 cars as well. Piotr Vienczek has 2 cars. I doubt that they would give a loaner. By the way, if you at this point might like the stream and could help me and press that like button, it is a good way to promote this stream to the viewers, to other viewers, to find it from their YouTube front page. That would be awesome. As we know, we are in the quest towards 10,000 subscribers. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. I can see we are missing only 240 subscribers, and there is gonna be a probably first of a kind lottery game or a raffle regarding drifting. When that happens, it's gonna be the Rollin' Rudy Media cap, the one that I'm wearing now. It's not the cap. The one that it's going to be raffled is a cap with all the regular season 2026 drivers' autographs, and there's a game how this is going to be done. So when we hit 10,000 subscribers, hopefully during this weekend, we are going to raffle 32 names from all of the subscribers, and we will put all of you guys to the cars of the top 32 bracket in next round in Germany. So all of the 32 people who will be raffled will get their ride with one of the drivers. That's going to be, of course, raffle 2. So you might be lucky and you get the favorite driver, or you might get a successful driver. But of course, this is drifting. You never know who's going to win. So there's a little bit of a game for you guys to participate. And the only thing you need to do is to subscribe to this channel. If you have already done that, press that like button so we get more of people watching this and hopefully subscribing as well. So those are interesting things to happen very, very soon. But yes, we are here waiting for the track to be cleared for driving. I think the marshals here were absolutely quick after that huge shunt of Jean-Banais, and we are waiting for another car to arrive and check how the grip level is after that one. And we are still here on with all the cameras, and that is the way we, and at least I intend to be with the situation. This camera is, you know, barely hanging in there, but it is what it is. I think we're ready to go, and I think also we are. It could rain any minute from now. It's so dark, it's so chilly. That was first run from Simon Olsen today. Didn't go too well. Maybe there was a little bit of a hesitation. Maybe the tires were cold. Don't know. Of course, he probably have heard about this massive crash, so maybe he took it really carefully because of that. But yes, we are waiting for Espenrode then to come for the next one. And the show is going on. Once again, of course, we want to see driving and not the heavy machinery lifting up the cars and cleaning the track. That's not what we want to see. Smoke machine named Pavel Korpulinski here. Yeah, this camera basically is just a very poor still image. But let's see how Kuba Kroll is negotiating the track in his second try. getting so dark that the headlights of the cars are becoming more visible, and we don't have rain at the moment. But for example, from that cloud, it could be any second from now, but hopefully not. Kevin Piscolti. We had Kevin Piscolti in a chase run when that massive shunt happened with Jean Bonnet. Waiting for the next one, and this session will go on until this group. Let's check that one. After this run, Lauri Heinonen. Very nice to have him back. What do we see? We see the windshield wipers on. We still see smoke, but that must mean some sort of drizzle. Yes, that's the case. So now it is getting interesting, super interesting, and hopefully the drivers will be reported about that, because we don't want to see any more of those crashes. That is certain. Let's see. Now it might be the trickiest conditions that there can be. Like, I think it begins when the smoke formation stops. Then from that moment on, it is the worst conditions in drifting. If it's not gonna drain like much more, so that the track would be fully 100% wet. So we are not seeing, we have some smoke, yes. Looks to be like 100% driftable. We have smoke, we have I don't think we have more water coming down. So the question is, how much is it gonna rain? How much more, if it's gonna rain more? Because it is it's always tricky when it rains. If Dave Egan coming into his next run. To my untrained eye, it looks that the grip level has not been affected too much about this little sprinkle of water that has been here. I'm just checking on the, okay, now it's coming more. I mean, now I can hear it in the roof of this grandstand, so it is gonna be more, unfortunately. Of course, it's Still not crazy amount of water, but let's see. Smoke formation still okay, so it's not like super critical at the moment yet with the water. I don't hear the rainfall anymore, so tricky. Okay, I think it starts to look much slower now. And that was nothing to do with who was driving, it was David Sposob. And I can tell from those seats that I can see outside, we have probably like 5 to 7% coverage of water on this surface. So finding his way around the track with no drama whatsoever. It's a constant drizzle of water. It seems that even part of the droplets have time to kind of evaporate before new water is coming, but I mean how I can see it around the area, it is more and more all the time, unfortunately. And now we're missing the small border. Yeah, now it's getting really patchy, really sketchy. Not ideal drifting conditions by any means, as it starts to get unevenly wet. I've said that out probably 100 times already, but it is really how it is. Teemu Asunmaa next. This should be no stranger to I think the only kind of unfair thing here is that now many of the drivers got some practice on dry. Of course, if you put it the other way around, many of the drivers got now practice on the wet that the others didn't get, and then it's going to be just a question about how the weather is going to be on the race day or in the qualification day or in the qualification group or however that's going to go. So Lauri Heinonen. And as you can see, in the later part of the track, there's almost dry. We still get some smoke. More than Laur's NASCAR, his engine is so hot that it'll just make everything dry, but the rain hasn't really reached that part of the track that much as the first part of it. Let's see where it starts now. I'm believing it's the clip number 5. There the dry starts, and then of course it's now a little bit, what would be the word, unspectacular if you don't have any of that speed that you usually have towards the first 2 corners, and then you hit the 4th corner, and then you have all the grip and you're kind of not having the pace. Then it's gonna be as it looked just with Diego Correa, that it was slow, but then you all have all the smoke and grip and whatnot, and yes, of course we will have a replay of that one. That's been, I think it was just, you know, a little bit overcommitment. We got the clips pretty nicely, and here he just put the car into a little bit too great angle, hit the wide line. It was probably a little bit more slippery than the tarmac there, and just got it too much sideways. Plain and simple. And who's coming next? Hard to tell from this picture. It is slow. It's David Sposa. I think these conditions have been stabilized at the track. At least now there is not anymore that heavy rain coming down as 5 minutes ago, which is good. But of course it will take a little bit of a time to dry down, because we don't have like a strong sunshine or anything to assist the situation. Even the wind is not that great yet, or as we speak. And there you can see how it just ripped back when we got into the drier area of the track. I think it happens like almost exactly at clip number 5. I don't think we will use this angle anymore. So we are relying on this one then, and I'm just cursing myself of not having that hoodie or jacket with me. is weirdly sharp, the line, because from where I watch it or from where I look at it, it seems that it's raining everywhere, but it seems that it's not just wetting that last corner. Bit of a wide line there in clip 4 at least. How was clip 3 for Espenrode? That was okay, but then I think it is the grip level, or because he went really deep in there. And the rear bumper says hello. Did we have any need for any track corrections here? No, I don't think so. We're waiting for the next runs. And are we, by the sound of it, maybe having Lauri Heinonen? And I was correct. Drivers still having their windshield wipers on. While they negotiate through these tricky conditions. It is constantly still raining. I think we still saw a little bit of a smoke on that last corner. I think it's still so weird to see that happen, but so now let's see. This practice group should be on until 10 to 5, so yet another 40 minutes. So it's still plenty of time for these guys to practice. Hopefully it will dry out. Okay, the last corner is starting to be wet as well. That's for sure. And it's just tiptoeing it through the track, finding any bit of grip you can from any point of track, still somehow trying to keep it on the line. Yeah, it is raining. Hopefully not for long. Dave Egan getting it really wide. let's see. Dave was there, very careful, but still it was so much speed that I mean, this car knows a little bit about being outside the track on that part of Riga, Vikernieki racetrack. Remember that car being a loner for Lauri Heinonen, and when Dwayne McKeever's car broke down in front of him and he crashed into the rear of him, they went out Well, at least I don't need more slow motion in my slow-mos today and replays today, because it is now really slow already in the original material and original capture. I'm hearing some commitment. Teemu Asunmaa. Well, that was, I would say, pretty nice driving from both of them, considering the circumstances and the conditions. Not bad, not bad. Probably in a second need to wear my raincoat just for the wind and temperature. Okay, maybe better now. Well, if it's a proper tandem drive, it is entertaining in these conditions as well. If it's just a solo run with nothing else than just trying to keep it on the road, I think it's maybe a little bit boring-ish. Let's see. Let's hope for the tandem runs. It's a good practice for whatever there's going to be weather-wise coming tomorrow or the day after. Dave Egan. Let's take a look at that little bit of a mishap from Dave there. Nothing major, just a little bit too deep into clip number 5. Over here, you already saw that coming. Goodbye cones. The drone not being affected by the rain at all. The cones actually have been already put back together. And you can also see Piotr Vienczek waiting over there, and you can also see some of that rain coming down. And we are waiting for the next two cars to arrive. It is a one car, and that is Kuvakrol. It was second spin for him today. See that a lot of left foot braking there to keep it sideways, and here don't overshoot it, but he overshoots the angle. Not too deep, but that's not how to approach it correctly in these conditions. Espenrode Hungary. I would say we have a little bit of a more relaxed training session going on at the moment. Of course, it is not ideal, and it's only because of the conditions. These guys are actually trying to give us at least, the very bare minimum of entertaining drifting what there is in these conditions. So thanks guys for that. I think in these conditions that was some pretty impressive running. Teemu Asunmaa and Jarkko Jylhä. That is incredibly slow. And again, not because of the driver, but because of the conditions. So also maybe would be interesting to know what is the approach at this very condition. It's not full wet. What kind of a tire are they using? Do they use like a really soft low thread wear normal rubber, or do they have something range specific? I think they're like a little bit of a two schools in that one. I think the track is getting now like much more slippery after every minute, but a little bit less tricky because now it's coming more consistent wet. That's my assumption. Of course, I could be wrong. And by the way, we are only 159 subscribers to 10,000 subscribers. So guys, please help me with that. Hit that like button, do all the good YouTube stuff that you can. About the tire choice or the tire pressure, whatever it is, but it seemed that Alan Hines was like quite significantly faster than many of the other drivers, especially compared to like Simon Olsen. I think he was just way faster. And a little bit more of that NASCAR Lauri Heinonen trying to keep the show alive there, trying his everything in this chase run. Did we have some action here? I think the bumper was gone from Diogo Correa's car. I don't know if Lauri was avoiding the bumper over there with that maneuver, or I think it's Teemu Asunmaa and Jarkko Jylhä once more. Okay. Not like that. Oh, it was a little bit too much angle and a little bit too deep for Teemu Asunmaa. No other drama there. Jarkko avoided the contact and collision there, and everybody is good. $140 subscribers to go to 10,000. This is gonna be super exciting. Maybe we can do it today already. Maybe. If we could, it would be awesome. It is so funny. It's almost as if we are looking at the drift contest, that who can drift the slowest. Let's see if this camera is producing anything to us. No. Most likely just wants to chill and play some still. Lauri Heinonen once again. Like to say it out loud, but at least it looks a little bit better now. You have some of the driving. I think Lauri went a little bit too deep in the clip number 5 here. Nothing major. Slight bump over the curb there. Survived. And we have Jarkko Jylhä here. Last time I have filmed Jarkko Jylhä in these conditions, in this track, was actually in FIA IDC International Drift Championship last year, late autumn. The weather was then a little bit colder than now, but probably with this amount of clothes that I have on right now, it felt the same. So we are now in about, we have past the halfway of the practice. Saw some angle there, not in the desired way, but again, hitting that curb a little bit, it's probably a little bit more slippery there than the asphalt next to it. No big drama there, just normal wet weather practice action. So we will have, or we have 13 minutes. Wait a minute, 13 minutes left of this session, or this group, Group B, and then we'll have a 10 minutes break, and at 5 o'clock it will be the Group C and all the hot drivers. see, there was a little bit of a deep clip from Dave Egan on clip number 4. Let's see what happened there. Nothing really super dramatic or anything. Didn't even hit the cones. It was actually past the clip, so it was a little bit late in there. And you can also see that this part of the tire wall has had its own frosting of dirt there. Well, if there's one thing positive about this, it is that they most likely save some pairs of tires. Okay, this video link is down now completely. It should not be. Let's see if it's better now. Oh, define better. $108 subscribers to go to that magic 10K subs. And next, I think we have Jarkko Jylhä in the lead, and who do we have in the chase? I must say, Diego Correa has today shown some nice practice driving from basically doesn't matter with whom. He's been really looking good in the chases, and you know, that's how it should be. Despite the weather, I mean, this is a good chance to practice, and why not to do it like 100% then? $100 to go. Guys, thank you so much. We're almost there. Almost there. What's happening here? Maybe it was a little bit of a splash of dirt. We have quite much of it there. Of course, it doesn't upset any of the driving here because it's not on the line. But at least we need to get this guy back into safety, and he is just there. And we are waiting for the next ones. And it is 7 minutes remaining of this session. These, I mean the group B. The session goes still almost 2 hours. And of course, after this session, there will be the driver's parade. I'm one of those people who really hopes that it's not gonna rain during that, because yeah, it would not be nice. Myself, of course, I am planning to stream that practice for the parade. So stay tuned for that. One thing just to mention already that at this point is that I might not be there on the very second when it starts. And that is due to the fact that there's a time constraint. This one goes until 6:20. The parade is scheduled to start at 7 o'clock. There is 40 minutes time, but during that 40 minutes I would need to, pack all the camera gear here, take the remote cameras down, most likely try to put those in the charger, and then find my way to the place where the parade is then stopping. So let's see, I'll try my best. And of course the rain is, should it continue further than the end of this session, it is not making any of that I just mentioned easier. we should at least have one more run from Lauri Heinonen. I think I saw him headed towards the lineup and the start line. Could be now, judging by the sound of it. Seems to work with now the new tune from Finger Motors and a new engine and new almost everything in it, so good job. I think we are really also outside Finland. We are waiting for him to get like a good race so that he could actually compete to the very end without any technical problems. So finger crossed for all of that. Putting in quite many laps as well. Just a little bit of a blower action there, and we will take now a replay what led to that being necessary. Jakub Kroll just being too wide. Surprise, surprise in clip number 4. Giving a little bit more of that dirt into the tire wall. I really don't know if that's water they are trying to clear or the dirt, but or it is a letter B. That has been now done. Done and dusted. And we are now waiting for the Group C to be driving. And as this is so exciting, especially for me, it is only 90 subscribers short of that magical 10,000 subscribers. I think we might do it today. We still have some time, and please go and hit that like button on the video or the stream, and that would be so awesome to get it done today, so I can kind of fully start to prepare on how do we do that 10,000K raffle thing. So basically there will be first a raffle of 32 subscribers who will get a ride on a virtual ride on next race's top 32 drivers, so that you will be named one driver, and whose driver will get the win will also win the cap, Rolling Rudy Motorsports cap, with the autographs of all the regular season drivers 2026 from Drift Masters. $60 to go. Yes, we can do it. We can do it. Hey, how about the comments now? I'm sorry for repeating all of this. I promise when we have 10,000 subscribers, I will be just quiet about all the subscription things for some time. But hey, as it's already stated here in the comments, please also click that like button because that helps this stream to find more viewers. It goes more upper into people's YouTube front pages, so that will just help with everything. Yeah, a recap so far. I think it's been rather clean session. Once again, if we don't take the shunt of Jean Bonnet into account that happened earlier today, that was really a very nasty accident. Of course, the best thing with that is that Jajon is okay and everything is okay. So something that is really good about it, but of course really unfortunate for him and his car because it got really bad in so many angles. I'm actually trying to find the clip here in my replays just to recap on that one. It could be this one, maybe. No, it's not. How about this one? Nope. I think it should be not long after this one. Very professional. It's the only way I can kind of go through these clips is to take a look on the replays one by one. Maybe we can take a look on these other replays as well. Why not? Mostly about some mishaps or whatever it will be. Here we had Kevin Piskolti. What was that all about? He was just probably giving a little bit of a splash of dirt into that tire wall, but now we are probably close to Zajon Bonnet's shunt. I think we have it in here. Yes, this was the one that really will give him and has given him a tough time. Let's take another look on that one. Goes a little bit too wide on that clip number 3 and then just has all the commitment, keeps the pedal to the metal, but just cannot give it to the track. So here's what we have seen so far. Let's take a couple more. We had Kuba Kroll here. And he was I think we had a drop down with the Starlink just a second ago, at least my broadcast speed dropped to 0 for a bit, but now it's back. So hopefully everything will be okay for now. Let's see the situation with the start line camera now. It's giving that still very, very bad image. I need to try to do something for this for tomorrow, but luckily I have some good time to try to do it. So in 1 minute we should have the next group starting, and the subscriber count is now 9,969 subscribers. We are getting in there. We are getting in there. Of course, you know, in the end, it's just a number, but I think it's also really, really cool to be able to do that raffle and give away to one lucky winner. And then after that, I need to come up with yet another goal, and whatever it will be, I think I try to make it as fun as possible. Hey, I have somebody from my supporter group in the grandstands as well. Here we go. Well, I would say Mika Keskikorpi can conclude this one so that at least for the rain everything seems to be in order. Not bad first run. Not at all bad first run. Brskonski being very stylish about it. I think maybe a little bit of an overshoot on number 4, and also if I would score my filming here, I would give it not much more than 60 points because of the line was a little bit off there, but now I need to concentrate a little bit better so that we can, you know, plow through this last session and last group. And we have Piotr Mieczek, very loud bangs from that car. I haven't heard that from any of the cars today. Those are like, you know, somebody shooting a cannon. I mean, I don't complain. It's just that no other anti-lag has behaved like that today. It's like a really hefty bangs. Who do we have next? Juha Rintanen. Satarintanen seemingly has the intermittent wiper setting in his car, so we can see now that it's not raining almost at all, so it might be like the reverse of the last group. I'd say that with this grip level, James Dean's engine is probably the quickest, one of the quickest revving engines here in the lineup. We see Kevin Pesur taking his road towards the start line. So I think this is going to be pretty much the opposite regarding the conditions. I wouldn't be surprised if very soon we would start to see smoke in some parts of the track, because the rain is not here anymore. Keskikorpi, Duane McKeever, they're probably headed back to the start line. Yes, he is, he does. And Mika, will he do the same? Should be at these conditions that you don't need more tire, but he's headed back to the paddock. Okay. But it was only first run from Duane McKeever, second run from Mika Keskikorpi, or even third run today. Good practice tandem driving from these fellas. Am I the only one who is a little bit annoyed about that raindrop that is visible in the picture here? These brothers know how to do it in wet. First run from both Jack Shanahan, Connor Shanahan, Connor in the lead, Jack in the chase. Yeah. Would I like to add anything more into that for the first practice run? No, I wouldn't. So let's take a look. It was pretty obvious what happened there. Nicolas Bertans a little bit too fast, a little bit too deep into clip number 4. No collision, just a short scrape there, hitting the cones down. The cones have been now reset and we are waiting for the next practice run. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Pavel Korpulenski driving in groups 1, I mean A, B and C. Of course, someone could say, was it really Pavel Korpulenski in these other sessions? Because at this point I think you can swap the car. So, a bit of a mystery. At least now we don't have the smoke problem. Kevin Pesur, Juha Rintanen in this one. Let me quickly check what are the situation, or well, that one battery just have stuck into that same charge level for 2 hours now. I wonder what that's all about, but as long as it works, as long we will drive. Let us see what happened there. At that point, I think they were still a little bit together, but I think James Dean makes a little bit of a mistake and gets a little bit deep, but I don't know. Hard to tell. There was no contact, it was just a normal practice hassle. No drama at all. Stuart McKeever and Nasser Al-Harbali. I think it was Nasser's first run now. I think we are now 15 subscribers from 10,000 subscribers. Now a very final stint for this practice session. Please, and also remember to hit that like button as well. Falve i Jakub Brzgonski. Next one, go is the Shanahans again. So easy to film. They are just keeping it together. Almost no separation at all. I can almost keep the same zoom level altogether. Very, very neat drifting, I would say. And of course, you can expect it from them. They have basically drifted together almost all of their life. A little bit overshooting it in many ways. Knick-knack at his home race. Nicolas Bertans. Two more to go. Come on, who is the 10,000th subscriber? Oh my God. Yes, guys, you did it. You did it. It's over 10,000 subscribers. Hey, if you can, who thinks we're the number 10,000, ping that in a comment. This is huge. For me, this is like, I'm a little bit emotional now. nice drifting too. I think not probably in that much of unisono and synchronous drifting as the Shanahan brothers, but I think Mika pushed the proximity pretty nicely in that run. "10,000 subscribers, oh my god, I almost cannot believe it. I guess I need to, because that's true. And did I say something about this one being the opposite from the last group? So we are starting to see some smoke, and that is happening right there at the very apex, well, the outer apex of the last corner and last clip. So it is probably giving us a little bit more tricky situations, because now it is already most likely a little bit patchy, but when it starts to bite in that last sector, last corner, it will be a little bit more challenging. And we have some time left. We have 1 hour left of this session. So, but hey guys, I really was pretty confident that we will hit 10,000 subscribers this weekend, but during this session, the very first session, I'm just out of my words. Yes, we have smoke. We have smoke. And that's already, like, only after 1 run, I think the amount of smoke at least doubled. So it is now trying rather quickly, and hopefully we would see some dry drifting for this Group C of the drivers, the hot group, because of course it would be nice to, first of all, see them have that possibility, and also have that possibility to practice. Some battle of V8s, both supercharged and fantastic sounding engines. Look at these guys go. They are just like molded together. And as you can see, there is those patches where you can see smoke on the clip number 5 and then on the clip number 6. And they just keep it there, even though it's constantly changing condition, but these guys are amazing. Did we have a little bit of a pushing too much from Piotr Wienczek in the clip number 4? It was not probably too much, but let's see. I think he maybe just bumped it a little bit there, but nothing dramatic. Here you can then see like what happens when the sudden change of grip level upsets the driver. I think, you know, these guys had pretty much the same line as Shanahan's did to that clip number 5, and then from there it was just basically just somehow fell apart. So again, this was nothing, not judging of these guys, but just how impressive these Shanahan brothers are in these conditions. The amount of smoke is increasing. First part of the track is still seemingly wet, no signs of smoke in this part of the track, but starting from clip number 5 we already have some smoke. It might be because of the weather as well. We don't have like a massive audience here. I'd say we probably have 50 in 50-60 in this main grandstand and a couple of stray people in the other ones. And as you can see, that sudden change of grip level can be quite surprising for even the very best. James Dean seemingly having to react so heavily to the car behavior when he got close to that clip 5. And I think it's now like being drier earlier and earlier before clip number 5. Let's see on the next one how that is. Yes, this is some 15 meters before the clip number 5 when the dry part of the track seems to start now. Don't know if the last corner is entirely dry or not. It appears to be pretty fast now, but we will see. We have 50 minutes, 50 minutes left in this session. And there is more and more subscribers all the time. Thanks guys for really giving me that. We might have yet another clip of how that change of grip level there affects the driving. Here everything looks pretty smooth, but Pavel just couldn't get it sliding here when the grip all of a sudden just increased so much. By the way, after this session, I will not hang around with you guys because I need to start packing the stuff to get to the parade and everything, all of that. So I really feel already a little bit sad about that because I kind of would like to say all of those nice words about helping me to get to the 10,000 subscribers, but I think I've said it already quite many times during this stream, so I will just very quickly quit this and try to get myself to the parade to get some content out of there as well. A little bit of a situation. I think Mika had braked heavily to not to crash into Connor there. Let's see, I saw a lot of smoke coming from his front tires even. Let's see how that, did I see right, or was it just, now we have two drones there. Here is a heavy braking. And the next tandem is coming there. Same symptom from everybody now. They almost trading. Almost all straighten on that one. So seems that it's getting like a sharper and sharper all the time how the grip level changes over there. Very interesting, very interesting. But we are not done. We are not done yet. We need to mention the spotters here. When it's these conditions, it's the spotters' job actually to, you know, inform the drivers about these changing conditions, and when they see smoke, you know, forming already at some point, and whatever happens there, they are the eyes of the driver, and they need to check on the other drivers as well. That's very, very important in this sport, that they give the information that the driver can then be at least a little bit more safer going into these runs. Nice. How about the entry camera? Looks as bad as before. I'm kind of wishing for the wonder, what is it called? A miracle return of it. So it seems that we also get some smoke already here in the clip 4 now. Hopefully it'll stay like that or gets better. Let's see how it is in the clip number 1. Now when the next cars are getting into that place. Not yet smoke there, a little bit smoke there. No smoke there. Yeah, so it is a little bit damp. The track, it doesn't look like it from here, but we're very, very short way of it being dry. Nasser Al-Harbali aborting his mission there. What happened over there? Did the grip level get, yes, the grip Sudden increase in grip just got him inside Kuba Bruskonski, and he was avoiding the no-go zone very nicely. Although that wouldn't have helped if that was a qualification run. So as the car straightened, so Pavel Korpulinski. It is now 20 to 6. We still have 20 minutes of this session remaining. I mean 40 minutes, sorry about that. So 40 minutes to go, and we are then done for the driving for today. Tomorrow will be then the qualification day, and just to mention the practice number 1 of today, tomorrow, Friday, will be starting at 10 o'clock. The practice 2 for tomorrow will start at 2 o'clock. And the qualification will happen at 5 o'clock local time. So 10, 2 and 5. And on Sunday there will be the top 32 practice at 11:30. And then the top 32 and the race itself starts at 2 o'clock. And as it has been a habit of on this channel this year, there will be also some other content than these drift practices. I will do the top 32, top 16 interviews. I will, after this session, try to rush myself into making the interviews on that parade event, and it might be so that the top 32, top 16 interview will then carry on to be also the top 16 driver's presentation as it was in Finland. If it turns out that, after 1 hour I don't have anybody to talk to or anything else, then it will be obviously cut, and then I go to top 16 driver's presentation separately. And then if I have time, or it is possible because of the So I was saying that if it's possible because of the mobile connections, I will then do the prize giving ceremony, podium ceremony as well. It might also be that here I can put my Starlink next to that place, so it might, I try to do as many things as possible within all the constraints. Nasser Al-Harbali. So this camera is basically trying hard all the time, but just not successful. Okay. Of course we have a replay of that. And a little bit maybe too much commitment considering these conditions, which are not like bone dry yet. Kevin Pesor not hitting anything, just spilling a little bit of it more of that dirt outside the clip number 4 here. And as you can see, again, the clips are fading away little by little, and that's why they have the cones there. And those cones, especially on this clip, has been seeing a little bit of a rough day today. That was a quick turn from Pavel Korpulinski back to right direction. Maybe his GPS was a little bit wrong in that one, on that crossing there. And more is coming. Knick-knack. And judging from the amount of the smoke, there is so much more wheel speed in this car of knick-knacks at the moment on that JK BMW. I think it is a big block engine prepped by HGK. Yes, that's the way to pronounce it. Was a quite flashy run, and we will play the replay of what happened there in the clip number 5, because it was a little bit, I think Piotr was a little bit deep in there. No, not really, it was just, there is this bump, and you know, when we are getting into this grip level, the bump looks like the like if the car was upset by something, but it was just a bump, not the curb or anything else. So that is actually one really cool place. If you watch the race in this part of the grandstand over there, you can see the cars here in this corner lifting the front inner front tire quite nicely. Kevin Pesur. Sorry about that twisting of the camera. I am just adjusting my video head here that it's not loose and doesn't give you any additional vibrations that shouldn't do. So we are not done yet. It's half an hour to go, roughly. So 6:20. That is the end time of this practice session. What sort of messages are here? Korpolinski changed to car orienteering. Track is drying, yes. Okay, and we are back in action. So one thing where you really can see how the speed of the cars increases that when I zoom in and I cannot kind of keep up with the cars here as they go so fast. So I need to change my starting zoom level a little bit on here. So here we go. Seems that these transmitters, receivers, batteries and everything seem to hold up just fine, which is really nice because now I kind of have knowledge for that what I have got. Latest improvements are really helping me, and the biggest thing that it is helping me in is that I have less anxiety of the batteries running out, so that is good. Of course, we still have races like Germany. I'm not 100% sure how long sessions and how many sessions there are in Germany, but we are talking about Germany when it's time for Germany, and we are there. Yeah, that is one tricky question, that what should I do with this entry camera here, or should I even try to go to some other place to film, because this is really bugging me that I'm not getting the signal from this camera as I would have liked to, and it is because there is this big grandstand behind me, which is basically obstructing the direct line of sight from that transmitter. It's actually, if you look at this picture, right in the middle there is the old grandstand, and this red, like I think it's a Valino or Orlen ad in front of this tire wall. The camera is right there, and basically these other grandstands here are obstructing the view. More precisely, obstructing the signal, also the view, but also more importantly the signal. So that is I was maybe a little bit too greedy with that one, but maybe tomorrow. But I cannot go too much in that direction because of my filming location here, but it's also a little bit about the weather. So it's also a little bit about the weather, that if it's gonna be sunny tomorrow, then for those practice sessions I can probably put myself into a little bit differently thought position. Maybe in the corner of this sideways or diagonal grandstand over there. Rintanen, seemingly his car is fine, as was other Juha Pöytälaakso's car today. We're talking about these rather unlucky Finns who have suffered from all kind of engine issues this year. So for tomorrow, the session starting at 2 o'clock, it might have a little bit of a rain according to the forecast I'm looking at. So maybe, yeah, I don't have the time to now check for that. I'm sorry, I'm stuck with that one camera that is failing. You know, it's bugging me so much. But hey, we still have 20 minutes to go on this session. So, there is a question that who of my support group members will pick up the cake this time. There's a question, did Heinonen already blow his motor? Not. Unfortunately, he had dropped into Group B and he has driven already. I believe everything has been well with the car and the engine. So, and then in the middle of a Group B, it started raining. So that was a little bit of a bummer, but solo run from Piotr Wienczek. Then next driver, I believe it's a Knick-Knack, yes. Probably the car and driver having the most wheel speed today, and I think now we saw like that really confident Knick-Knack, trusting that car, trusting that grip that we now start to have in the track as it dries out. So that was a really nice looking and flashy run. Always nice to see good drifting. Yeah, it's plus 4 hours of streaming. I can tell you it's not an easy feat. But we are managing. I think it's only mostly my lower back that it's not really liking this, but hey, what wouldn't a man do for drifting? And the cone guy has reset the cone once again there in the inside Caleb tree. At least I'm getting up and down here while I'm watching the streaming monitor and then getting back to drive the camera here. So did we have to do the cone job once again? It's a little bit, it's not cold here, but sitting the, I think, last 2 hours in this rather not that pleasant temperature. A little bit. Yeah, makes my nose run a little bit, so hopefully it won't get form any sort of flu or anything. So 13 minutes to go. as always. When I start these sessions, I think that okay, that's kind of a hefty job to do, like 4 hours or over 4 hours of stream, but then in the end, when it's 13 minutes left, I feel like, why is it ending already? Now it's quite calm here, which means that the smoke is just little by little vanishing, but making some obstructions then. Okay, we have now lost the second camera, and that is because of one of the batteries, and now it's going to be a super quick battery change. This is now here in my receiving station or broadcasting station, and now as soon as the receiver boots up, it will be something strange happened. All of a sudden, it didn't like the reconnection of the transmitter, and the other camera shut down as well. Weird. Sorry. What do we have left? Should have this. Yes, we are back. We are back. Ooh, it's exciting, nerve-wracking. Flex, but I won't budge. So what's next? Bring it on. 9 minutes to go. I think we need to be able to get through this. Doing quite many practice laps. Was the situation in Finland as well. He was doing so many laps. And we have 8 minutes to go. was not the way to go. Not. Oh, commitment 120, speed control 6. Here we go. Little big James Dean. Almost no lifting before clip number 6. Almost no lifting. So there is grip now. So the next possible camera link to fail is the end-line camera here, but I have high hopes now. 6 minutes to go, should be fine. One interesting thing about him is what he stated in his latest video, that he's driving the qualification runs on 265 Valinos and then changing to 285s in the bracket, so that it's a little bit easier on the qualification, but then in the end I would think it would be more easier and consistent to stick with the same tire all the time. Okay. Because of the smoke, I missed this one totally. I think we are in the end of this session now. Pavel Korpulinski hit the wall. Everything seems to be okay. The tire wall has moved quite significantly. And sorry about that. Driving the car just a second ago, but I think it's gonna be towed out. And they will need to yes, so sorry guys. This one. Okay, it seems that the car is not maybe too bad. I haven't seen it from the other side. Now the question is that whether the track marshals are doing their job quick enough to fix the track before the end of the... I'm sorry, I missed the replay. The replay works so that I need to click a button to get to store the last 10 seconds. I didn't notice Pavel hitting the wall because I was filming Kevin because of the smoke. Or I can get the last 10 seconds now. or I can take like a whole run so that I start the recording from whenever I want and end it, and that's a little bit of a limitation here, that I cannot have like I don't have unlimited options for the replays. But we can only speculate now about what led to this one, but I'm pretty sure that we are not gonna see too many runs today. It's also for the drivers, they need to prepare for the parade, so the schedule is a little bit tight. A little bit unfortunate that we got the end like this. So it was Korpulinski who crashed the wall. Difficult to see from this side because he didn't spin how the car is. Or was he able to slow down or what? It seems that the car recovery action is super fast here as well. But hey, this is almost it. I think officially there is 1 minute of the session left. I will check if the cars will run like full practice runs. We will see that in a minute. If they will do those runs, I will of course continue filming those. And if they just slowly drive to the paddock, then I'm just gonna stop this very, very short, because I need to try to rush to the parade. Let's see. One thing is is sure, that as long as this truck, the tow truck, is here, we will not see any car driving on the track. And this is the case for a bit now. Oi, 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 oi. Do I have a replay of that? Yeah. How many drifters have crashed at the back of a flatbed truck? Hopefully the marshal over there is okay. So let's see, we can probably also judge a little bit about the last runs from the marshals over here. They are getting into their safe locations, so I think there might be those runs coming. If yes, then you will see those. Let's see, we have cars coming at drifting speed. Forgot to change the view in the end line camera, because in the finish line camera, because Oliver Randalu spun there and was a little bit confused of what to do next. Maybe I got a little bit cold after that short break, but now we're back. And there will be next one. saw Mika Keskikorpi go towards the start line before that crash happened, so let's see if all of the cars are gonna be coming full race speed there or not. Don't see any movement on the track by the marshals, so the track should be ready any second. Yes, and the next one. Fantastic. Fantastic. Maybe one more, maybe one more. So I told you I saw Mika Keskikorpi go towards the start line, so wouldn't it be nice to see him? I guess not, because I see the painter guys getting into painting the clips and all the other painter guys doing the same. So hey, that's it. One thing, just a quick thank you and hello with my face to everybody who's watching these streams and subscribing. Thank you so much. We now got those 10,000 subscribers and I'm so happy about it. And now let's see you in the parade. I will try to be really quick to get there. Bye.